Okay, we are live. It is Tuesday. It is needle felting day. And we are starting another magnet. We are wrapping up this season with this magnet. So this will be magnet number 13. That's kind of exciting. Get our pen here. So we are following along with Bob Ross's tutorials from the Joy of Painting. And we are following along with season 31, episode 13, entitled Wilderness Way. Looks like the tutorial itself is like 25 minutes. It's gonna take us 2 weeks because it's just how long it takes me to get through them. In the end, our magnet will be approximately 3 inches by 3 inches. It might be a little over the 3 inches, but only just barely. So 3 by 3 is the size of our little wooden square here. This will be the backing of our magnet. So when we are done needle felting it, we're going to glue it to this, and then the magnets will be glued to the opposite side so it has something sturdy to actually be a proper magnet with. Just making sure I can actually see my pen line here. My pen didn't do so good of a job on this one. Okay, that looks pretty good there. Now the question is, are we going to do more magnets on season 30? Or do we want to do something else? I'm kind of want to try something else, but I don't know. Second, let me see if I can grab it real quick. Well, that answers the question on those. Where are... Oh. What did I do with them? I have a bag of wooden squares. That were 5 by 5. And we could do some little wall hangings with those, potentially. Because I have just enough room that I could use these as a frame on it too. Because, let me put it up here on the line so you can see a little bit better. Because if I not do the very tips, that leaves me just enough room to do 5 inches. So we could potentially do that as well. And then I've got like jute string that we can use to hang them with, that we can attach to the back. I have to find them, and I'm just kind of sitting here like, what did I do with them? I know I still have them. I might have to go searching for them later. I thought I still have them. Kind of maddening that they are not where I believed them to be. That is the long boy signs. I mean, we could in theory use those, but I don't have the right length of stick. And I don't have any like air dry clay or wood filler that I could fill the gap between two pieces meeting. So I'd rather not do that with the bigger sized one. Kind of mad now that that's not where I thought it was. And now I'm left scratching my head of, well, where the frick did it go if it's not there? I know I didn't get rid of them. I shouldn't have gotten rid of them. I'll have to dig through my canvas boxes a bit more, because I may have put them there. Sorry for the delay in actually getting started here, but once my brain gets a hold of something, my brain wants the answer. Like, wait, where did that go? I don't know where that went. And now that is going to bother me, but I'm not going to go hunting for it, because it could be anywhere. I'm actually beginning to wonder if it is behind my yarn boxes. If it slipped down behind them. Those ones are too big to do as a magnet though, because they are 5 inches by 5 inches. And that would be a chunky magnet. Now I know there are some magnets that are that large, but they're usually like the cooking temperature magnets that have information on them. And I think it would be weird to have that as a just a look at me magnet when the magnet piece itself would be quite a bit smaller. Come on. Alright, now, do we think this is big enough to get one more? It's kind of scutsy. Like, that doesn't give us much wiggle room. I don't know if I'm comfortable attempting it with so little border on it. I might just call it a day. I know I'm trying to be frugal with stuff, but that might be a little too frugal. Okay, so now we have the link to Wilderness Ways tutorial pinned in the chat. So if any, oh, I forgot to do the thing. So if anybody wants to go and view that, you are more than welcome. I am going to pop this into play on the tutorial just for a minute because I need to figure out where our horizon line is. It kind of looks roughly halfway, but I'm gonna have to advance this a little bit. So he took Indian yellow. Now he did a whole thing in like gray gesso and black gesso and a whole little scene here. I'm not gonna do that in black yarn because it's not necessary for what we're doing. That's not necessary either. That's supposed to be muted. Okay. So he kind of took some like Indian yellow, a little bit of yellow ochre, and then some red. I'm not gonna do red. We have like 2 shades of red, maybe 3. And that's just a little much. Alright, what's he do at the very top? He's like making a blue lavender? That's purple. That's purple, Bob. That's not lavender. Okay, so then he's adding purple to the very top. But it's like a... It's not necessarily a dusty purple. We gotta think about this. For what colors we're gonna do here. But that looks kind of like halfway compared to... Why are we doing titanium white? Oh. Sun. We'll probably use like a vanilla. Bob. What's the point of that, Bob? I don't know if I can quite pull that off without it looking weird. Is he just leaving it like that? Oh. Oh, okay. That's what the dark thing was on the finished. Oh. I don't... Uh... I don't... Okay. He's gonna leave it like that. Oh shit, how are we gonna do this? 'Cause... Fuck. Uh... Let me pop this forward a bit more, because I'm, yeah, he's gonna leave it like that. Oh, shit. How? So he's got, like, some dark silhouettes here. I... This might be... We might have to deviate a bit here. Oh dear. We might have to do this, the black and gray stuff in here. We might have to have, like, real deep black and gray shadowing in here in an attempt to pull this off, to be perfectly honest. And it's not gonna look anything like Bob's, I can tell you that much right now. Alright, so I guess I will pause it there. Oh, shit. Bob, why? Why, Bob? Why? This is definitely more a painter-friendly one. Shit. Shit. So... About... This is gonna be tough. I mean, last one of the season, we shouldn't be surprised, right? So I need our sky to kind of stop here. And I know that's a little taller than Bob's, but I kind of need a little section in here for the other stuff. Oh, that's crooked. Well, at least we got the pin on the same side. Okay, that's a little more even. Oh, Bob. Bob, I don't know about this. I mean, it looks good in paint. Alright, disclaimer right now. Not gonna look anything like his. It's just not. It's just not. Alright. Sorry, the wheels are trying to turn, and I might be able to do something. Alright, so we need a purple And let's start with the purple first. So we've got dark aubergine, or we've got jam. I think we're gonna go with jam, because it's a little more... This is a little bit on the bluer side, but it feels a little dark for what he did. This feels a little better to me. Use whatever color you want. Alright, so we've got jam. We need like a reddish... Oh bother. I think... I mean, we could just totally go off the rails with this, right? And just go totally... I don't know. I think lipstick might be a little too much. Those feel kind of like they're on the same shade table, kind of. They have a slightly dusty feel to them. Is that, or I go with more of an orangey feel here. We could add orange in as well, but what was this? So I've got a dark coral. That feels a little too quite right. So I have three other potential colors. So let's see. So this for the upper sky, this for coming down into the next one. We have, that's too pink. That might work. I think bright orange might be too bright, because it's kind of muted. Let's go with this one. Oh, this is quite the curveball. Like, I figured this one would be a little bit of a challenge, but I didn't think it would be quite this bad. So yellow. I don't have a whole lot of yellow. Like shades, not necessarily volume. It's not really gold. It's pretty yellow. You just have to make a decision here. Sorry for all the crinkling. If it's getting picked up, it might not be. I'm trying to pull stuff off my yard wall. Kind of excited to flip my desk around, but I can't do it yet. So these are the two yellow shades that I have. Everything else is more like hardcore yellow ochre goldish color, which this ain't it. He used a little bit, but it was mixed in with everything else. So I know this is kind of bright compared to these guys, but I think we're just gonna have to go with it. Alright. this bag has seen better days. That needs a new bag. Alright, so we have some color selections here. I've got Ziploc bags everywhere. I've got Ziploc bags of tissue paper spread out. I've got a box of Ziploc bags with tissue paper in it. We're a mess over here. Alright, we got our scissors, we got our water. Alright, we are sideways currently, so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Alright. So we're gonna take some of our jam. This is from Paintbox Simply Chunky. I guess go with whatever color you want if you're gonna try this. As always, Bob likes to upend my world and go with something or do something that I'm like, the frig, Bob? How am I supposed to replicate that? So I don't think I'm gonna do the sunbeams coming up, because that would be like hardcore strips coming up, and I think that might look a little strange. And it might, like, for me to do it with this, it might look a little more gouache and illustrative than the other ones that we've done. And not really what I was wanting to do with this necessarily. Uh-oh. Really? Am I gonna have to cancel? Where did that come from? Bob saying just do it. We're under a weather alert? Special weather statement. 40-mile-an-hour. Of course, because I put the recycling outside. Of course. Hey, it's 82. With a feels like of 88. Spicy sky in the vicinity. You know, I was kind of thinking that that mess by Tulsa was going to be our problem. But then it just sat there, and sat there, and sat there. And wasn't doing anything, and I'm like, okay, maybe it's not going to be our problem. We'll see. We'll see how Doggo reacts. Sorry it took me so long to figure out what color we were gonna do. I would have started a little bit sooner, but I got distracted because something I've been following had a development in it, and I was seeing what the development was. So I'm just kind of trying to get that up to our line edge. I know this color's a little tough to see on this background, potentially. But as we get the other colors worked in here, I think we'll be okay. So we'll keep stabbing away here and see how spicy things are gonna be. And how upsetted Mr. Pup is gonna get. As I don't really want to cancel. Because I don't think this is gonna last very long. If I have to end up recording it today, I might. We'll see how it goes. Alright, so I'm gonna gently pull that up. Okay, so I think we need a little bit more than that on there, though. It's a start. So let's just trying to pull this apart a little bit. Because there was a couple little bits in there that didn't quite brush very well. Alright, so get a little bit of water on the finger, just a drop. You don't need very much. And I'm just gonna work on getting a little fiber snake put together here. So, for those that are new, I use acrylic yarn. You can use roving. Traditionally, roving is used, but acrylic yarn works with my budget a bit better and allows me to get more supplies to do more things. But if you have roving and prefer to use roving, then by all means, go ahead. This is just what works better for me and my situation. Now, the acrylic yarn doesn't come like this. Okay? It does require prep. It comes like on a normal skein from the craft store, like you were gonna knit or crochet with it. You have to do a couple more steps to get it ready. I do have a prep video on how I do it, and a couple methods I've seen other people use on the channel. It's on the needle felting playlist. When I get my skeins of yarn, before I tuck them away into my storage bins, I will take a bunch of it and I will prep about a Ziploc bag's worth. So that way I've got the color ready to go for when I need it. And then as the bag gets low or runs out, I will refill it. I haven't had a dye lot issue yet, but I haven't had to replace anything yet. So keep that in mind. Now I know I could probably just get a big box of white roving and just dye it myself, but I don't have the room to do that, I don't have the time to do that, and I don't have the patience to do that. So this just works better for me. If you have the time, room, and patience to dye your own roving, then go for it. Figure out what's going to work better for you. By all means. This isn't the only way to do things. It's just the way I do things. I'm using a wool needle felting mat from Wool Buddy. Not sponsored. Completely purchased by myself. I've used one of theirs before. The first one I used did get a little lumpy and bumpy. I was doing 8x10 size ones on that mat though, so I don't know if it was just from the amount of wear and tear we put it through and it was going to happen inevitably anyway, or if it's just how that mat behaved. This is the same mat. I had replaced it with an identical one, and we'll see how this one goes doing the smaller stuff. I still have the other mat for when I do critters. It's still usable, it just wasn't flat anymore, so it was a little troublesome for what I was doing. Okay. Oh, it sounds like it is pouring out. Alright, so I don't think I want a whole lot of purple in there. Just enough at the top to get us by. I actually need to refill all of my yarn bags here. I haven't dedicated the time to it recently because I've been working on the tissue paper project. I'm hoping to get the rock work done on the front this week. Last week I know I didn't post any updates on it, but I did get some work on it done. I got the bottom edge colored in, and I got the last little bit on the one side's edge completed. Those are easier for me to do off the table, but it's not easy for me to record that part, so I didn't bother recording that part. And I wasn't sure what our weather was doing, so I needed to be able to drop it quick in case Doggo got upset about the weather. So that's why I didn't bother trying to record last week. I think we'll be okay weather-wise this week. At the moment. We'll see. They've been really bad about forecasting our weather lately. Like, we weren't even supposed to get this today. They had us in like a 2% chance of rain today. And it's very wet out there. You can hear the cars sloshing by. Well, I can. This microphone's not picking them up, thank goodness, because traffic is really loud right now. But yeah, this was not on the menu. And I thought it was strange that it wasn't on the menu for today when I was watching the weather radar when I got up around 7:30, 8 o'clock, and I was like, huh. I was like, they're not saying it's going to be a problem. And then I was watching the storm get smaller in the Tulsa area, and I'm like, oh, maybe it's just going to sit there and it's going to fizzle out. Maybe we won't get any of it after all. And that was the last thought I gave it. Until that loud spiciness there. We'll see. Alright, I am back to having this sideways. It's a little bit easier for me to see where I need to be. You okay?
Yeah, no, it's waiting out.
Wow, really?
Yeah, it's hitting that hard.
Let's see if I can get my hand over here.
And a certain someone has not reacted.
You know, I do kind of wonder if maybe he was sick.
Yeah.
And
everything worked him up more.
And him being sick made him sensitive to everything, because the past couple of days, he's been like a different dog.
Yeah, including ever since he started eating more.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is so strange. I mean, I'm not gonna complain about it. It's just odd. We had a couple of rumbles that he got a little worried about last week, over the weekend. I guess on Saturday. But he didn't go into a full-blown meltdown like he had previously. And all of a sudden, he started wanting to eat canned dog food again. And we were like, oh, okay. You refused to eat this for a while. And we thought it was weird that he was suddenly being so worried about the spicy sky. Because he never was quite that bad while his brother was around. And I don't know, it got a little strange there. I'm not really sure what happened. Well, we'll go as long as the doggo's not terribly upset, because when he gets terribly upset, he tries to climb in my chair and on top of me and gets tangled all in my computer wires. I had to dismantle the one corner where I have a whole bunch of drawers stacked and our art light and a plant on the top of the stack of drawers to get him out of the corner that he got himself stuck in, because we could not get him out otherwise. because he really crammed himself in there. So, as long as he's not bothered, we will keep going. Alright, so the pink I'm gonna take down a little bit further. I am using a small gauge needle. I can't tell you the number on the gauge, I don't know it. All I know is that the tube that the needles came in had an S on it. That's all I can tell you. I don't remember seeing a specific number anywhere. I don't know if they have specific numbers on them. Some might. But the toolkit I purchased for these needles just said S, M, and L on the needles. So this was out of the S tube. I only really change the needles out when I snap one. I don't know if that's the proper way to do things, but that's the way I do it. I still have some of my original needles. I haven't had to buy a new tube yet. So I'm not sure if the fact that I'm using a fabric mat is a little less wear and tear on them. I don't like the foam mats. I don't like the sound that they make. And I find that the foam mats break down a little bit faster. And I feel like they need to be replaced a bit more readily. I mean, this one we've been using for the last 6 months roughly. And it still seems pretty good. I mean, aside from some of our yarn that's embedded in it, which is gonna happen. I mean, that's inevitable, it seems. But we're trying to be gentle with our lifting up from the mat, and you do want to lift up from your mat every so often. I've not lifted up from the mat often enough at times, and or wasn't quite gentle enough with removing it from the mat, and I think that might have been where some of the disfiguration came from in the other mat, to be perfectly honest. I'm pretty sure that was all user error. Alright, so I am going to fill that section in, and I'm trying to move around my mat a bit more often, where I'm turning it, so that way I'm not always stabbing into the same area constantly. You can take a razor, like a shave your leg face razor. I wouldn't use a real high-end razor though, because, you know, Art Supply, I think one from pack from the Dollar Tree or wherever is probably good enough to scrape the surface of your mat to try to get some of your excess fluff off of there. You can do it at the end of your session or in between each project. Sometimes I try to do it in between each session just to keep it from building up a little too much. You're never going to get all of it out though, so don't obsess. I mean, you can sit there and like pick it out by hand, but that might get real annoying. And you're still not going to get every last little bit of fluff out of there. I have this one section right in here that's being a little bit stubborn about our blue color. shining through it. So I might make a couple little small guys to hatch in over top of that. I mean, if you don't mind a little bit of the blue shining through, then whatever. You stab it in and color it in till you're happy with it, essentially. That's what it all boils down to. Actually, not sure how much of our... Huh. I might have to add a little bit more purple. Because as I'm sitting here looking at this, I'm like, oh wait, I forgot about the frame. So I kind of build the picture frame around it after I mount it to the wooden square. So if anybody has not seen the previous ones that we have done, for anybody interested, they are archived on the YouTube channel, same name as here, also on the Nisey Needle Felts playlist. If I could pin multiple things, I would, but I don't think I can. So this, when it's done, gets cut out from the extra and mounted to here. And then I build a frame, edges, and then tops and bottoms on there. But the frame does cut off some of it, so I might have to come back in and add a little bit more purple if I want the purple to show. Did forget about that. Not a big deal, I still have the purple within arm's reach, so. We are getting quite a soaking out there. I'm not gonna complain about the rain, because the last couple of years have been very, very dry down here. And usually by time the end of July, beginning of August gets here, we're flirting with the drought line pretty heavily, and the one year we couldn't really water our plants outside because of it, and of course this year we didn't get our elephant ears planted yet, and so we've had all of this rain. However, we did find 2 bulbs that we forgot to dig up that survived the winter, which was interesting because we didn't think they were, because the one year we left them in and none of them survived. So I'm like, why? Why did some of you survive and some of you didn't? Like, this is so strange. So I want our purple back again. And I don't know if blue was really quite the right background color for this today, but I am trying to work through my stash of oddly cut bits of felt that I have considered my undesirables for larger projects, just because they weren't quite right in size. So that's where this felt came from. This felt's a little bit looser, and it's a little bit floppier than the stuff I was using when, like, for most of the 8x10 project that we did. I am still working on the speed felt edit of the last 8x10 project we did. I have about 45 minutes left on the 8th live stream session we did, and I had 16. So just about halfway done with that video edit. I am trying to get through that as quickly as I can, because I know it's long overdue for you guys, but there is only one of me, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately. And we have a lot of life going on, so Well, I'll get it done eventually. Just gotta bear with me. I am happy to see that my playthrough of Honey, I Joined a Cult is getting views over on the YouTube channel. Very happy to see that. I'm having quite a bit of fun playing that. And I was actually working on some of that edit last night because I was like, oh, I readjusted the load schedule on YouTube. So I should probably get the episodes that I have recorded, edited, and uploaded and scheduled over there. We should probably do that. So that way I can get rid of the raw video. So I can record some more of it. I don't have to record some more of it for a little bit, but I might anyway. And I think we're just gonna go until that that cult implodes before I move on to something else. My husband's a big RimWorld fan, like really big. And I tried it a couple times and I was like, I don't know. I don't know if this is for me. They announced an update coming soon where they're adding flamingos into the game. So he really wants me to try playing it again.
Turns out all it took was flamingos.
I don't know how well it's gonna go. It might only end up a couple more episodes, but I'm willing to try one more time. And we'll see. We'll see. But is that something you guys want live streamed, or do you just want that done in recorded form? That is something that I'm not sure how I want to approach that. We might just live stream it, maybe? I don't know. Alright, let me see. Where's my bracket here? Alright, so I need a little bit more on this. Just a little bit. Okay. I forgot that if I actually want this to be visible to some degree, it's gonna have to come down a little bit further than I had planned on. So how is everybody on this Tuesday? You guys doing good, I hope? We're okay. At the moment, it just kind of feels like a neutral day. Which is, I guess, you know, the most one can ask for lately. Or the least one can ask for lately is just having a neutral day. I'm gonna have to add a little bit more of our pink back into this. That's fine. That's not a big deal. Not really. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how I'm gonna approach this as we get further down. I might not be able to like frost out the shadowy areas because I'm not, I don't know how I can do that and make it look right because the yarn's not transparent. That's the thing. So, nothing I do there I think is gonna quite mirror that effect necessarily, so we might just have to go for maybe like a lighter patch of yellow, a whiter patch of yellow around where the mountain peak is, and just kind of slap the mountain peak over top of that section. Potentially, that might be enough purple now. Now, you can come in at an angle if you need to move some fluff around sometimes. It's got to be at an angle though, if you're trying to scooch it around. Alright, okay, that'll do. Alright, the rest of this can go back in my fluff bag for that color. So that way I don't get it fussed in with another color. Okay, so back to our dark coral. This was, I'd gotten a whole bunch of yarn from Big Twist. Last Christmas that I just hadn't quite gotten to working into a piece yet. So this is from my yarn stash. I know Big Twist we can't find anymore right now. Michaels did buy Joanne's intellectual property and private labels. I don't know if that was to keep somebody else from getting it, or if they're going to slap their own labels on it, or if we might see Big Twist brought into Michaels. I don't know. There hasn't been any more news on that front that I've seen. And I haven't seen it pop up on their website. It might take a little bit before that happens. They would have to get the merchandise in stock. So we will see. How we do with that. So my Big Twist colors, I'm gonna have to find other yarn to replace it, but I'm not really loyal to any one brand. I think I decided, depending on price at the time when I need to replace a color, I might try Loops and Threads from Michaels. We'll see. I'm gonna have to make sure I save a sample of this color, or whatever color I run out of, to take with me yarn hunting if I go in person to go hunting. It's tough because our closest Michaels is about 50 miles from here, which is a bit of a drive. About an hour ish. And I haven't been to that specific Michaels. The one time we were down that way, I didn't really have any money to go shopping, so we didn't bother going to check them out. And we weren't really down that way to to dick around necessarily. We were um on a mission and down there for a specific reason for our friend's graduation. So didn't really stop in there. And the only other craft suppliers we have in our area now that Joann's is closed is Hobby Lobby and Walmart. And I can get some things at Walmart, not very many things. Sometimes I can look out and find something there. But it's not a very large selection, to say the least. It is very limited. So, Hobby Lobby has a little bit better selection. I don't necessarily like shopping there, but if I have to, I have to. If I need the thing today. It's kind of one of those things where, damn, my budget would prefer I shop here, but mentally I don't like shopping here. So it's kind of one of those things. And yeah, there's Amazon, and we do have Amazon Prime. However, I know things are going to start to get a lot more expensive across the board here soon, if they haven't already. Number one. Number two, you really, really, really got to watch your prices on Amazon. 100%. Because there are sellers, they're like third-party sellers selling through Amazon, that will rake you over the coals. I've seen this bottle of paint, maybe not this exact brand, I think it might have been Folk Art or something, for almost $5 to $6 for a 2-ounce bottle of craft paint. This was before all the tariff nonsense and everything. Hobby Lobby had it for 99 cents. Don't overpay. Do your legwork, do your comparative shopping, even if you're comparing prices on websites. That's a huge difference. I was like, yeah, no, sorry Amazon, I am not buying this from you. Because that seller has lost their damn mind. So you really have to... Now, not everything is overpriced for craft supplies on there. Not everything, don't get me wrong. Some stuff's okay. But, you know, when you're working with a limited budget, you got to shop around a little bit, even if that involves some time investment digging through websites and sales on websites. Like Michael's has fantastic canvas sales every so often on the website where stuff's 70% off. That's fantastic. I still have a bunch of canvas left over from when I bought their one sale. Like the smaller canvases, the prices were... I'd never seen prices that low anywhere. Like the prices were better than Hobby Lobby. I'm like, fantastic. I got a whole bunch of canvas. I mean, the cheaper ones were their level 1. But you know what? I was okay with that. I mean, all of the canvas, their level 1, 2, and 3 was all on sale. But I'm broke, so... Sure, I'll take the level 1 canvas. My budget says yes, please. Give me all of it. Nothing wrong with it. That's what we've been painting on. This one is one of their level 1 canvases. We haven't had a problem with it. Nothing wrong with that. Might not be as smooth as like the level 2 or 3, but I mean, you could always add another coat of gesso on there if you're really not happy with the tooth on it. Maybe you want the extra texture. But same thing with yarn, like do your legwork. Like I had gotten hooked on, well, not hooked, but I had gotten into the paint box yarn, the Simply Chunky, because it had been on sale for like $2, $2 and change a ball. It's gone up to regular price for something now, but I have seen a sale here and there. I got an email about it the other day where they had dropped to like 2 and change, and I was like, that's not bad. And they actually had most of the colors back in stock, which was fantastic, because every time they had a sale, all the colors I wanted were out of stock, and I'm like, well, screw that. But I don't have the money to buy any more yarn right now, and the husband will probably be very unhappy if I buy more yarn right now, and I don't really need any yarn right now, because I only have so much storage space to work with at the moment. Although I do have a little bit of room in that container, but we'll see what happens. Like, I already have an idea of what I want for Christmas, maybe. So, don't think I'm gonna need any more yarn for Christmas. But we'll see how time goes. So we have been working through the projects pretty quickly doing the magnets because they're much smaller. But we also don't go through as much yarn on the magnets because they're much smaller. So, but I kind of want to do something a little bit larger for a little bit. So if I can find those 5x5 wood squares. Oh, I'm so mad I can't remember where I put them. They could be in the drawers in the other room. But they may not be. I'm not gonna go hunting. I'm not gonna waste any more time hunting them down right now, but so I might have to rip this place apart to find them. There's only a couple places they could be. Sorry, I just remembered a spot where they might be. And I kind of forget that bucket exists because I did find my Arteza silver and gold metallic paint. And they were in that bucket. Alright, so that's not so bad. Alright, let's close that bag. And we'll grab our melon sorbet. Next. Now, I did not do speed felts on these magnets because they only took 2 sessions. If you guys want me to do that, I can later. But I might not get to that till next year, just so you know. I have to edit this tissue paper project when I finish it. Because I was recording it, I didn't stream it. It's quite the project. So, it's gonna take me a little bit to edit it. I've been working on it since January. I have a ton of footage that I have to go through. I haven't started editing it yet because I'm trying to finish this last speed felt. Will I be done the tissue paper project before I'm done this speed felt? That's a good question, and I don't know. I mean, I have 8.5 more videos to get through. It depends on how focused I can keep myself. I try to find like long form content to listen to on YouTube, usually. There's a couple of things I tend to watch. The one commentary, I guess I watch a legal commentary channel. She's gonna be covering a trial coming up soon. So that I will probably be listening to in the background, because when she's doing live coverage of stuff, I'm usually... Hi! What's the matter?
I think Cal accidentally surprised.
No, she barked at Zuzu. She barked at Zuzu. Zuzu was standing at the edge of the bed.
Oh, hey, thanks for the hedging.
And she was looking at him when she barked. So I don't know if he tried to jump up.
He was already up there.
He was on the floor. I saw him sitting on the floor looking at her.
What's your deal? Dude, I'm pretty sure it's still...
It's very much still raining.
Dude, it's still raining. No. No. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Don't you stop at me. No.
It's not time yet. Oh.
No.
Technically it's time, but we can't go yet, buddy.
No. Nope.
The sky is angry. And you don't like getting wet. We've been down this road before. You will when you don't have an option. He's not still hungry, is he? He's not still hungry, is he? I mean, he ate a hefty amount for breakfast. Buddy, I can still hear the sky being spicy. No, I think he pissed off Snuffles. I don't think it had anything to do with Cal. I think it was him. I think he bothered her trying to get on the bed from the floor. Because usually where he tries to do that is where she is laying. She doesn't normally bark, so that was a surprise. We're trying to teach her how to bark. When we ended up with her, she had a bark collar that she came with. And I don't believe in the bark collars. We never needed it for the boys. I think it's just all in the attitude. I mean, you also have to understand when you get a dog, dogs are gonna bark. I mean, that's the way of it. I know some barking can be excessive. I get that. But maybe try to get them to not be as barky with maybe treats or something. I don't know. Clicker training. Some collars just vibrate, but some don't. And I just don't agree with the shocky collars. And trust me, I'm not new to dog ownership. And I haven't had only small dogs. I've had a 150-pound St. Bernard before. That liked to think I was his personal pillow. And if he wanted to lay on the couch, and I was laying on the couch, he was now laying on the couch whether I was there or not. So he would pin me to the couch. So if you didn't move when he was coming, you were just gonna get squished. but we never had an excessively barky problem with him. Now, he always kind of did what he wanted anyway, but we never let him off leash off the property the rare times that he left the property. Our neighborhood wasn't exactly the greatest where you could go walking around in, and there was usually a multitude of various dogs of various aggression levels that would be loose. In our particular area, there was a lot of questionable activity between some folks, and you would occasionally see a loose pit bull running around, and a couple times I think it chased some people before animal control was able to get it. And now I know not all pit bulls are bad, don't come for me. But this particular one was a little aggressive. So I didn't want to be out walking any of the critters off the property when they were a large dog and I could not pick them up to save them from another aggressive dog, so. But with all of the medical issues that we had with the large doggos, I like the larger doggos, don't get me wrong, but I can't pick the larger doggos up if they are having a problem and need assistance. So it's just easier to do the smaller doggos. And I understand my limitations. Alrighty, so we are working in our melon color here. Kind of like a cantaloupe. Like a slightly dusty cantaloupe. I guess I would consider that. Now, I'm not going to worry too much about the very, very edge, because we're probably going to lose the very, very edge as we go, right? Because it's a little stretched out. So that's fine. Just check on our spicy sky. Oh, spicy sky is still a little spicy, but it'll be moving on shortly, and then we'll be down to just some showers, it would seem. Alright, let's get a little bit of water. Alright, so we're gonna have to get our yellow worked into here. I'm probably gonna work the yellow in. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I am gonna have to do that. So I'm gonna fill in this whole bottom section with the sherbet, right? Because I just realized yellow and blue make green. So it might not necessarily look green, but we're gonna try to ensure that that's not a problem. by adding a bit more of our melon in here. Because that on top, the yellow on top of the melon color should be fine. Because it wouldn't be directly interacting with... Now, it might not look green. We might be fine. It might not necessarily be an issue. A little bit of a thin spot right in here. That I don't want to be there. So I'm going to fill that in. Or try to fill it in. We'll see how cooperative or uncooperative it ends up being. So this melon color is interesting because there's some parts of it that feel a little yellow. And then there's other parts of it that feel a little more orange. I don't necessarily hate it. But I don't like that that seam is just kind of like hanging out there. So I think I'm gonna try to cover that a little bit better. Is she outside? Yeah. Like, I don't know, for some reason I feel like I smell a candle.
She might have lit an incense.
Maybe. I don't know, it kind of had like that wax smell to it. Maybe she had it lit earlier. Like, it almost kind of smells like a candle got blew out. Kind of.
Yeah,
That's not too bad. I do find it interesting when I've got like some thin spots back here. Because I'm like, well, did nothing get like punched through there? Like, what happened? Or probably due to rotate our mat here anyway. The brown things on my fingers are finger coats, finger protectors. They're just to make sure that if I do accidentally stab my finger, if that's one of the fingers that's in the way, any potential injury won't be too bad. I still run the risk of stabbing through it. It is possible. I've done it. Um, but it wouldn't be as bad if it just slammed through an unprotected finger. Now I could try seeing if that's gonna look green. I don't know if it will. It might not. It might not. Sorry, I need some chapstick. I have a fan going because it was a little warm in here. And seems to be drying my lips out there. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna see if this looks slightly green. I'm hoping it doesn't. Okay. So, okay, so it's not really looking green, so I think we're okay there. Okay. So that's not too bad. hopefully, I can keep this somewhat on our horizon line. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So we will get this stabbed into here. Trying to make sure that we don't have any gappies here. What the hell was that? There was a tiny little bug that landed on my finger protector that was silver and then flew away. It kind of looked like a little tiny itty bitty baby moth, but not exactly. What was that? I've never seen anything that color before. It was like metallic silver. Okay. Weird. Very weird. Okay. So we'll get this worked into here. So I think what we're gonna do, is grab we're gonna do the black, right? Trying to get that to be a little bit thinner up there so that we can get a little bit of the other color. Okay. So we'll finish up with this yellow. And then we'll do that light yellow in a couple of spots. Okay. So we'll get this. Get popped into here. And I think we're looking pretty good on the sky so far. Like, that's the least of my worries at the moment. Like, I think we're pretty good. In that respect. Alright. I still have a little bit. Alright. So we will get that popped into there. Hopefully we can cover up. Like, I want the thin spot covered enough so that the doesn't shine through. It's not too bad there. So how's it looking for Bob again? So that's like all up in the yellow. It's very tiny. It's very tiny. Which makes it difficult when we're already working tiny. Alright, so we're gonna grab our banana cream here, which is very light yellow. Very light yellow. Alright. So maybe I'll go here. So I'm gonna try to re-fluff that. How far over? Ooh. Okay, so like maybe here-ish, because there was a little bit of yellow. And we will see how we go. So, because when we stab in, right, we are making a pretty solid bit here. Okay. So, let's see. So, like, it looks a little different, but they don't really blend. Like, they don't really... Like, if I do the mountain thingy, right? So, if we do the mountain thing, if I put this over it, it's either going to look very stringy, like when we're trying to do our highlights on stuff. It might look a little strange. It might just look like a cloud over top of it. Or it will obscure it entirely. And it'll be very unclear as to what the heck is happening. Okay. So I think I want that to come a little bit more over. You know what? Let's get a little bit of water on that. So I've got a little bit of a thin spot right in there. Okay. So we will get that worked into there. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna make this one a little bit more wispy, a little more lighter, so that we can get a little bit more of the other color shining through, but we still will get some solid lines of that color. Okay. Okay. So, so I'm gonna take that up a little bit higher. Okay. So I'm gonna take that up a little bit taller. Don't know if that really did anything. I'm gonna have to add a little bit more, I think. I don't even see where that went in. Alright. So it's not quite visible. Okay. So we'll get this one. Works into there. Alright, I think that might be as much. We might go just a little bit higher. Like, I'm okay with it being just at the bottom of the purple. I don't really want it going up into the purple personally, but okay. Alright, that's not so bad. So I do have a little bit of a thin spot. All right. Okay. That's a little bit better. Okay. So we're gonna need the black. Now, I know this kind of like dips down. Let me get this yarn out of the way. All right, so let me just get this yarn out of the way. Okay. Okay. Now, we get our black. All right, so we got our black. All right, so let's go ahead and turn our mat here. I'm going to start on the bottom line here. Okay. So I just kind of want to get that bottom edge in here. So this is that dark section that Bob's got in there that he painted in with the acrylic paint. So we're just gonna stab in that bottom line there. And I know he's got the whole bottom like covered in black and whatever. We don't quite need to go that far, I don't believe. I don't believe we need to go quite to that extreme. I mean, we'll see how it looks as we proceed, but so alright. So there's a little bit of a mountainy peaky guy in there. There's like a couple. So I feel like maybe it's not quite so harsh. It's a little harsh. But it's not like terrible. I do need to fill it in. That might have been a little steep there. Okay, so I'm going to trim that one. Alright, so just gonna stab that in a little bit more because that seems a little loose. Okay, let me see what we're looking like here. There's another little guy over here. Alright, so I'm gonna tack that down there. And I've got like another little guy here. Okay. So technically, I could probably elongate that guy. Okay. Gonna tack in that. Alright. So and then I'm gonna bring that over. Okay. Okay. So, just gonna work on filling this in now. Okay. So, get that put into there, and I have to figure out, should we try to gray highlight that? Now would be good if he needs to pee. I don't know if he does, but seemed like what he was trying to make happen earlier. So I might need to fix that because that kind of squished that peak a bit. Probably gonna have to adjust that. Okay. So yeah, that peak kind of just vanished, didn't it? All right. Get another bit of our black fluff here. Okay. Might be okay. Okay. So get that worked into there. Alrighty. And we'll get this whole mess kind of maybe figured out. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, the sky I'm feeling okay about. That's not a... That's not a thing at all. My teeny tiny mountains here. I'm not really feeling. They are looking all kinds of messy. I'm wondering if I just need to make that a little bit bigger to deal with that. And honestly, I might, because that's all sorts of a hot mess in there, isn't it? All right. Okay. So that didn't help. Okay. So I'm gonna take that down to there, and then I think we'll be looking a little bit better, maybe? This is going to be very tight to get this highlighted. So, made this a little bit bigger now. Okay. Okay. So, you can see that we've definitely stretched out a bit here. I want to fill this side in because we do look a little lopsided here. Okay. So I know it's a little higher on this side. I don't know if that's going to matter. Not entirely sure. I do want to try to keep the bottom even. Oh, so let me brush that down. Alright, so I do have some gappiness right up in there. Okay. We will see what this looks like here. I know we still have to finish filling in a couple of parts here, but let's see how exactly we are looking. It's not so bad. Let's see, how are we feeling about this? Okay, so we have gotten a little stretched out. Not entirely surprising. I'm more stretched out on the sides, it seems, than I am top and bottom. Top and bottom might be a little tight. Alright. So I still have some blue. Shining through. Okay. And we will just start filling in all of our splotchy bits here. I don't really want to necessarily fill the whole bottom section in with the black, but I don't know, maybe we should. Maybe we should. I don't know. I mean, it might make a little more sense to do so. At least as far as coverage. But I don't know. I necessarily need to. But maybe we should. Now, I mean, I could assume that our gray is going to cover that, but I don't know that it's going to. Okay. So, I wasn't originally going to do the black all the way down. But at this point, maybe we just should. It might, in the long run, make life a little bit easier. Because we have that weird little, like, valley thing in there that's kind of got some gray shades in there. Because the goalpost kind of moved a little bit with where he starts putting stuff in. Okay. So we're just gonna, yeah, I think we will just fill all this in. It might be overkill, but we will try to shave the back down as well as we can when the time comes, so that way we're not too thick. So I still need to put in our tree things up in here. So this is probably a little high, but don't know if that's gonna be too much of a problem. Best viewers on? No, I disagree. I completely disagree. Wow, okay, so you somehow acquired that account. Because there's no way that account would have survived doing just that. Since 2019. Interesting. So it looks like this account attempted to stream at one point. Well, you've been banned now. Enjoy that ban. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Give me 1 second, you guys. Okay. Back to the stabbing of all of the things here. So this section doesn't necessarily have to be completely filled in. Well, in some parts it does, so I guess that's not entirely true. Because we have this, like, little guy valley happening in here. Okay. We will dust that down. Okay. We'll get okay. Okay, let's get this filled into here next. Okay. 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 So, we will get this worked in. Okay. So I know we've got some of that hanging down. It will that. So I'm gonna so that's a little okay. Okay. So it's okay if it's a little short, I think. So okay. Okay. So get that in place there. Okay, so we've almost got this filled in. Perfect. Okay, get that off there. The one thing about black fuzz, black fluff, is that it shows every little bit of other color fuzz. whether you want it to be there or not. Alright. Get this all worked into here. Sorry, the way the light was going through the bottom edge of my glasses, I had such a terrible glare there. I couldn't see what the heck I was stabbing. Okay. So we will get this stabbed into here. Stabby, 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 stabby. All of the stabby. Okay. Alright. Okay. It actually looks like we need a little blue lake there. Not a lake. Well, I don't think there's a lake that comes in here. I think this is we have like the little valley and then there's like grass in there. Okay. All right. One second, you guys. Okay, sorry about that. Good afternoon. Hopefully you are doing well today. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. How are things over there today? Hopefully all is well. Okay. We are slowly trying to figure this one out. This one's a bit different from what Bob normally does. Very stuffy, sleepy day, so we've been unproductive. I could have slept a bit longer today, but we had stream today, and Doggo needed to go to the Doggo Happy Place, and things needed dealing with and all that stuff, so I'm tired. Allergies are icky as always. But no major problems. My eyes are kind of blurry a little bit today, so that's not fun, but I'll say I'm hungry. I didn't actually eat anything this morning. Okay. And we are very confused, trying to figure out how to approach this guy. I wasn't originally going to do all this black at the bottom, but the more I was looking at it, the more I think we kind of need to. But we had a surprise spicy sky with a thunderstorm earlier that we weren't forecasted to get. So that was kind of a surprise, but the doggo did not have a full-on meltdown, so that was good. It was a surprise, but it was good. So either his senses deemed that the storm wasn't that bad, or his storm anxiety is starting to calm down. Try to purchase one of your magnets. Oh yeah, no. I don't know how the shipping and all that's gonna work to the UK. So I was only doing in the US. I can try to go and open that up to international and see what happens. Like, I don't know if we're gonna have to do, I don't know if one of us is gonna have to pay a tariff fee on that. I can go and check. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 seckaroo. I need to log into the other place, for it has locked me out. There you go. Firefox got weird on me, and all of my icons are little globes. I don't know why. I thought maybe after I restarted again, it would go away, and it hasn't. It's only going away when I click on a thing. What? I don't... Really? I don't know what that is. Sorry, it's asking me for a number that I write everything down and I didn't write this down. Is it my default? What happens if I block that? I don't... That was a lot of stuff. Can we just sign me in? Can we just sign me in? It's not like total chaos. I actually needed to sign in here soon. Selling seller account. Ooh, do I have to set that on each item? Seller dashboard. Was it a specific one? Like, what one were you looking at? Log out of here. Seller dashboard. Where is it showing me? Do I not have anything up? It's acting like I don't have anything up. But I do. I am confused. You think it was the mountain river one? Okay. Selling. Unsold. You don't have any unsold items that have been relisted. That haven't been relisted. Okay. Active. Okay, there we go. At least I found the stuff. I'm like, where the hell is everything at? Alright, so Mountain River. Just scroll through here. Mountain Meadow. Sailboat, beach access. Mountain Lake. Mountain River. Okay. Mountain River. Okay, so shipping discount. Shipping. I need to revise this listing. It should be revised listing. There we go. Pricing. Shipping. Okay, international shipping. Oof. I totally understand if you don't want to pay that shipping, because I have it set to buyer pay shipping. Um, yeah.
What's wrong?
Oh, JR said he was trying to purchase one of my things, but I had it set to US only.
Oh.
So I have set that specific one to international.
I can only imagine JR, to be perfectly honest.
It was giving me an estimate between more than what the thing cost, so I totally understand if you don't want to pay that.
Yeah, no, that's
Which is why I didn't turn on international shipping.
yeah, our shipping hasn't been great in its own right lately. So
Yeah. I had to ship a 11 by 14 canvas to Australia as a wedding gift for something that I painted unframed. Now, I did this on my own. It wasn't a commission or anything. I did this as on my own as a wedding gift. And that was almost $50, wasn't it? It's between $30 and $50, I think, to ship it, which was really tight at that time. But it was a gift, so I was like, okay, I'll eat that. But yeah, that's totally fine, and I understand that. Like it weighed like under.
we appreciate the intent.
It weighed well under, like well under 5 pounds, well under. And that's like those magnets are well under a pound. So I don't even know if it would survive shipping to England. It might. We've got it wrapped in bubble wrap and cardboard. We might stick it in a second box if it's going international. But yeah, no, I understand. Trust me, I do. We have donations open through Ko-fi as well as Twitch. And unfortunately, I'm not in a position where I can eat the shipping charges right now. If that shop was making more money or I was having money coming in from other avenues, I might consider eating the shipping charge, but I'd be in the hole on that, so. Oh, no problem, no problem. More than willing to check it. And we're probably gonna end up pulling that stuff down in maybe another week or two. And we'll take it to the farmer's market and see if we can rehome anything through an art giveaway. The last one I did, well, the first one I did, which was the last one I did, last summer, went fairly well. People like free things. They just do, and there's a lot of people in this town that are in struggly financial positions at times. And it was kind of fun. Like we're like, let's just see if we can rehome any of it. You know, we'll try to give some of it away, and we'll see what happens with it, right? And I had so many kids coming up to the table and like, you mean this is free? I was like, yeah, you can take up to like 3 pieces. And the kids were like, it's really free? And I'm like, yeah. And so they were so excited. And then their parents were like throwing me a couple bucks in a tip jar that I had set up. You know, appreciated but not required at all. So, I actually rehomed almost everything. I think I had maybe 5 things left. And the 5 things that were left, I understood why those didn't get a new home. And like, you had to register. You didn't have to pay a fee for the farmers market, which surprised me. They just had you fill out a form saying that you were there, just so they had a list of people that showed up for numbers to see how they were doing for vendor wise. And there's like a lot of indoor flea market spaces around here. They call them antique stores, but let's face it, walking around, it's an indoor, like, flea market kind of deal where it's stuff that people have accumulated. And it's not like, most of it's like beat up and rustic, you know, vintage, retro, that kind of stuff. One of those stores did have an opening. Like, all the booths are usually chocked full. But one place had an opening unexpectedly. And we had seen a sign on it, I think, that said space available, like $20 a month, I think. But I think they might take a commission fee off of it for selling, for, you know, handling the transaction kind of deal. And, you know, fair enough. They're the ones sitting in the store all day manning a register. And then they like credit your selling booth with the sale and taking their fee off the top. Of course, you know, that's the way things work. I'm not gonna fault that. I understand it. Except, and the $20 wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was like a peg hook wall that was maybe, I don't know. It was like the width of an aisle. Maybe 3 yards across, not quite that much. Maybe, no, not 3 yards across. So this is 18 inches. It was longer than this, maybe. Maybe 2 feet wide. And, you know, went up and down. And, except the only problem was it was in the worst possible place in the building. It was on, so they had these aisles that ran like straight down, like up and down. Like, the front desk here was with the register, and then the aisles ran this way. And then there was an aisle that ran across the back. And they had selling areas across the back. But then at the end of each of these aisles that faced the back wall, they had pegboards that you could sell stuff at that faced the back wall. So unless you walked all the way back there and then walked across the back aisle, you would never see that selling space. And I'm like, okay, well, I understand why that space was $20, because that's probably a very poor performing location. And I was hesitant to do it because, number one, I don't know how the taxes are handled here. I don't know if I have to have a business license to do it. And number three, I wasn't so sure how much traffic that store even got. I mean, they must be getting some traffic because they're still in business. But I was like, it's very dark in that section as well. So I'm like, I don't know about this, and I didn't have a way to hang the stuff in bags. I would have had to have somehow figured something out, because like you kind of have to supply your own fixtures and figure out how you're gonna hang the stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't really have a lot of money for packaging, so like I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I might have been able to get like plastic hang tabs and like been able to attach them to like a Ziploc bag kind of situation, but I was just really, really hesitant to do that, and I would want them bagged so that nobody could deface them um if I did that. Now, there's another place near us in the next town over that I saw on one of their Facebook pages that they were advertising like almost bookcases, or like I don't know how else to describe it, kind of like a bookcase where they were like renting shelf space on it for people that had like small little things, that I almost considered going down to check out more information on it. But I didn't know if it would be worth it, because I think my stuff is like, oh, well, it's either an impulse thing or somebody's looking for something specific. So I kind of felt like I'd be losing money in that scenario as well. But when I did the art giveaway at the farmer's market, I made, oh gosh, how much was it? Was it like $60 to $70 in tips? In just tips. Not selling anything, just giving stuff away. And I know tips are a fickle beast and you never know what you're going to get. But I think I got more stuff rehomed doing it that way and clearing out my inventory than if I had tried to sell the stuff. I don't think people would have actually purchased it. And it's bizarre. So I was like, okay, because there's a big craft fair they do once a year around here I was thinking about trying to do, but it's a $250 application fee for your space. And I don't have like a pop-up tent to put over it, which you would need because it gets so hot around here to protect you from the sun and any potential rain. I really only have maybe 1 to 2 tables I could use, and they're not really the right kind of tables. Maybe one of them would really work. And I don't have enough inventory backlogged to do it, where I could potentially see a scenario where I would sell out in an hour, possibly. So, I would need more inventory than that because it's a 2.5 day event. And these things take time to make. So, and I don't know that I would make back the application fee to cover all of the costs of doing the thing, because we'd also have to eat while we were there. I wouldn't have to worry about hotel because it's right down the road from us. We could just drive home. But it would still be expenses on getting stuff to display things on and everything. And it would be, I don't know if it would even break even. And I don't think if I charge any more, people will buy it. Like, I think I'm at the max price range for what people would be willing to pay. Because my mom was like, when I was first posting the stuff to eBay, I had several of them still sitting on the fridge. We ended up pre-packaging all of the ones that I posted, because eBay wanted shipping weights on them, and I'm like, well, I don't know how much this is gonna cost to ship it. I don't want to overcharge or overestimate to like maybe turn somebody away from buying something. So we were pre-packaging and weighing it and getting the dimensions on how big the boxes were and everything for all the information that eBay wanted. And I got like that far, and I hadn't quite packaged those three or three of them yet, but I had listed them, and my mom goes, I want to send some of these to your brother. And I'm like, well, you can't, they're for sale. And she's like, well, I'm gonna send a couple of these to your brother. I'm like, you can't, they're already listed for sale. And she goes, well, I'll buy them. And I'm like, you can't afford them. And she goes, well, how much are they? And I said, they're 15 a piece. She goes, she goes, are you kidding me? And I'm like, yeah. Like, she didn't even want to pay it. So I had to eat those and send them to my brother for free. Um, which kind of burned my ass because they were some of the better looking ones. And and I'm just like, damn it. And she like balked at that price, and I'm like, Mom, these take me approximately 8 to 9 hours to make start to finish for each one. Approximately. Like, people tell you to price your work for what you're worth and what you would, and you have to like break it down for how many, like how much supplies cost, right? And how much, you think it makes to, how much it costs to make one. And then also for your time, right? But if I do that, like the yarn is probably like pennies per, the felt is like, it probably maybe like, I don't know, maybe $2 to $3 when it comes out to it in the end for supplies. Because I use the multiple colors, yes, but it also goes to multiple projects. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to price that out. Because they last me quite a while. But if I price for my time, nobody will buy this stuff. Because even if you like take minimum wage at another job per hour. So like, what is minimum wage around here? 10 something? 11 something? I don't even know what it is now. Say 10 for the sake of argument. That would be $90. Nobody's gonna pay $90 for that. I know that. That's not realistic. Nobody's gonna pay $90 for a refrigerator magnet. It's not happening. So, I mean, you kind of have to either get faster at making a thing or, just try to get something back for it. But that's why a lot of commissions are so expensive and people don't understand that, especially, it takes time to make the thing and people are trying to pay their bills. So, but I felt like 15 was a fair price point on most of the things. Wait, these might have been 10 actually. What was I charging on these? Might have been 10. No, camera hub. Is it 15? Was it 10? I don't remember. 15. Okay. Like most of the stuff I think is priced 15 US. But, what can you do? But yeah, I made more in tips than if I had actually been selling the stuff. Because if I had actually been straight up selling everything, I don't think anybody would have bought anything. I might have sold maybe 3 pieces. Maybe. So yeah, I made more money in tips, giving stuff away for free. Which was astounding to me. I was like, oh, if I make $5-10 in tips, that would be something, but that was not the case. Alright. So, before Bob splashed the white everywhere, he had some gray in here. Oh, actually, no, we're not done with the black yet. I'm sorry, I forgot the other trees. Actually, should I bring the yellow back? That seems kind of high. Well, we'll see what happens. Look at me, forgetting about the other trees that we still had to do. But I like doing the magnets because they don't take me as long. Now, granted, I did get rid of most of my inventory on that thing, but I also had forgotten about some of the watercolor and gouache stuff I've done, which is why I got the protective sleeves for the gouache pieces. So that, let's see. Okay, so he's got a couple splotchy guys over here. So let me work on getting those guys put in. Does mean I have to give up the sleeves that they are in, because I'd be giving them away in the sleeves. But I think that's the safest way to give them away. Because, you know, it's on a piece of watercolor paper and it's not framed. So it's either go to Dollar Tree and try to get some inexpensive frames that aren't falling apart and don't look terrible and put them in it, or eat the cost of the sleeves. And honestly, I think it came out to where the sleeves were cheaper. If I'm remembering correctly. Not by much, but the sleeves were cheaper. That tray. Well, the trunk of it, put it that way. Alrighty. So I'm just gonna kind of do like a little wispy guy around that. Like it'll pull in a little bit as we stab in. I might have to add a little bit more to this guy. Yeah, but look how far that pulled in. That's crazy. Like honestly, the gouache paintings were I don't see, no, I can't even really say that. I was gonna say I might be able to get those done about the fastest, but even so, that would be like a minimum of like 4 hours a piece. Probably closer to 6, depending on what it is. And the tissue paper stuff takes a fair amount of time. I mean, I considered trying to sell the one I'm working on now, but that sucker, nobody's gonna pay what I'm gonna charge for it. I would be charging like minimum 1,500 on that. But I know nobody's gonna pay that. We're originally thinking about taking it to the farmer's market with us and displaying it, or maybe we might have to take a photo of a work in progress, or we were thinking it would be done by now, but it's very much not done. but it barely fits in the car. So I don't know, that I might be too afraid that that would be damaged. But that we would not be giving away. That one would be very much for sale. I'll be damned. That looks like a pine tree. All the struggling that we did to try to make that in other forms as a pine tree. And you mean to tell me I could have just done that? Alright, I don't know how this one's gonna turn out. Right now it's a bit of a mess. Alright, I'm gonna leave a little bit of the messiness happening there on the edges. So he's got two of these in here. Well, that's another thing. If we did the craft fair, I'd have to set up one of the mobile card reader things. Because we don't have one. It was less messy to set up eBay and just see what was happening. I really wasn't expecting anything to happen from eBay anyway. Mostly because Etsy got very... I made a couple of sales off Etsy. A handful of sales. Maybe 10 or so things over the time that I had the Etsy store. And people were happy with their things. There weren't any complaints. I closed the Etsy store because I had complaints with Etsy. And the way things were starting to go, I was not happy. And I know a lot of people closed their Etsy stores over it at the time. I don't know if they went back. I know Michael's has their own, like, handmade store. I don't know how much traffic it gets. I don't know how many people know about it. I haven't tried it. But at this point, I might just be better off storing stuff over the winter and just kind of go into the farmer's market, since I don't have to pay a fee to set up at this town's one. We just have to fill out a form saying what we were doing, like what our table was handling, and like contact information and stuff. I'm not gonna get too fussed about their shapes because he comes back in and adds some other stuff to it. He's got a couple other trees in here. Like, he's got a skinny guy, and this might be too skinny. Kind of got like skinny guy sticking up like here. Not really sure what to make of that one. I don't know if he comes back and adds anything to that. Maybe we just kind of do like a smaller version here. On that one. Okay. I know there's like another one over here, but I think it's gonna get partially cut off. He's got a little bit of the smallest bit. Well, for us, it's gonna be the smallest bit. Right. No, no, that needs to stay there. One of these days, I'll get this area reorganized so that we have more room to work in. All right, now this might end up looking white on here. Potentially. In this view, you can see that there is a little bit of a lighter area on part of this. It's a light gray. It looks a little bit white because of all the black in there. I don't even know if that really looks like a mountain. It's the trouble when you're working so small. So then, like in here, if I can get this small enough, all the little wispy guys tucked in, there's like a little bit of a something kind of like down in here that almost looks like the way the light is hitting it or some such nonsense. I don't know if that's really gonna convey between what he's got and what we're gonna come up with. I don't know. This one's a bit tricky. Like doing this with paint probably wouldn't have been so bad. Like I think we could do this one in gouache. without too much trouble. I think. Okay, I need to curve you up a little bit. And I need to kind of curve you here. So tomorrow this guy might be spicy during stream time. But I don't know. As of right now, it is forecasted to be spicy and rumbly and all of the things before stream starts. We will see how Mr. Sassy Pants handles that. I'm hoping it'll be like today's and he didn't care. We will see. I won't know till tomorrow, so I'm still planning on doing tomorrow's stream. It might be done and over with and not be an issue at all, but I don't know yet. We will have to see. So, Mr. Bob, you put that in. I'm not going to put that yellow back in over top of that. It's gonna look weirder than it already does, and it's gonna be like, is that a cloud or something? It's gonna be odd doing it with the fluff, because the fluff's not really going to be transparent. It will look stringy at best. Alright, what did he do? Couple of trees. So he added like more dark color in on top of them. I think he made them a little more solid. Okay. So that might have been like a brown mixture or that dark purple mixture. Sap green, yellow, ochre. And it looks like maybe a little bit of cad yellow. And then he starts adding different shades of shrubbery up against like these trees. So like that tree stayed dark, but okay. This is what I'm gonna do. So before we get into the green business here, let me come back a little bit. If we can... Okay, we'll go with this view. So those trees he made a lot more bushy than they started out being. It's warm here. My hands are sweaty. The fluff is sticking to my hands. Usually that makes things a little bit easier, but not when I'm trying to let go of it. Alright, so I'm actually going to add a bit more fluff to these guys, if I'm able to. Like, these two trees don't seem to have quite that much space between them. There's a little. I mean, granted, our trees don't have to look the same. So I'm just kind of mushing that up in a ball there. I mean, we'll see what we end up doing with that. Now, he added another dark color on top of this. I don't know if it was that more that lavender color. I could like go back and actually slow it down and see what color he put on top of it. I actually think it might have been a brown color. I don't necessarily feel like he would have done more lavender on there, or any lavender on that, to be mixing in with the green. I don't foresee that happening. Then again, he could leave these trees just full on dark, but I don't think he does. So I am stabbing it in even a little more than where I normally would have stopped. Like a few minutes ago, we were looking kind of good there. But when I bring in the next color, it's gonna shrink in a little bit, so I'd rather get that all in place now than have a oopsie, that didn't go to plan later sort of situation. Alright, so these aren't sticks, they're like the tiny teardrop trees. They're very skinny. So this guy, kind of like get brought into there. And then do another one. So I'm gonna lose a little bit of this side by the time we trim sides off and the frame gets put on. I'm going to take you a little bit lower on that one. And then I'm gonna do one more of you. He's got a lot more in there, but he's also got a lot more real estate to work with, so I don't want to get too close to this edge here. Alright, so we'll get that put in there. Okay, so I think we'll do that. Alright, so just size checking here. So I think we're still kind of doing okay. If I'm gonna be short on a side or lose more on a particular side, I'd rather lose more of it over here than anything. Change how I'm sitting here. Okay. Give me 1 second. be right with you guys. I just need to check on something here. Okay. Alright, so Bob grabbed some green. And he kind of did some shrubbies. Right? And then kind of added that rusty one and then like a slightly duller one. And then he started adding some grasses in here. Are we not addressing that? When we added that. Okay, so it's kind of before. Alright, so what do we want to do here? What shades do we want to do here? That's a good question. So okay, let's grab our light green. Sorry, sometimes the hardest decision is figuring out what the heck color you should be grabbing. Because we don't really know Bob's grand plan. Alright, we can only see part of it. So we've got like this little shrubby do. Like down in here. And that one's probably going to get just a touch of like our gold laid in on top of it. I actually want that to be a little bit taller. Doesn't have to be very much taller, but I would like that to be a bit taller in there. I think I would like this one in paint better than I do in fluff. So we'll just this. This is our mustard color. Bob's getting real wild here. As somebody who is red-green colorblind, I'm with you on that. Well, yeah, I can see how that being an issue. My dad was colorblind where I think reds looked brown to him, I think. He was able to drive because he knew what position the lights were in. But yeah, like he had a tough time distinguishing colors. Like a really tough time. I will say I am enjoying our grayscale black and white circle painting quite a bit. I've never really done one of those. But so far, I am rather enjoying it. And we still have some work left to go on that. Like we have to finish getting in um, everybody painted in, but I also have some rhinestones, fake rhinestones. They're not like real crystal or anything that we're gonna pop in the center of our flowers when we're done to give it a little bit of sparkle. Um, and I think I might add some more like I've added this flower. I don't think I had that there originally, or the side view one. I might add one in here, maybe, just to break up the massive color space. I have my dot tools that we're gonna do some dots and some other like line doodle things in there. The sections where it's touching other circles, I'm gonna do a black outline, I think. No point in continuing the black outline where the background's black. But in those spots, maybe I'll outline it in white just to give it a little something else. I don't know yet. But I know it's taking me a little bit of time to work through, and I'm sorry, but I'm having fun figuring out what I want to do with this guy. So it's probably going to take a few more sessions on that one. But that's just the way that's going to go. Let me grab one of my other greens here. So this is like an olive green. They call it olive drab. So not quite like 70s kitchen appliance. It's a little dustier than that. Just to... I don't have quite the right shades of green for this. Or nothing that I'm really like super happy with. And we don't really use this color very much. Or we haven't yet following his stuff. I kind of want to do some 5x5s with some of our own reference photos for a little bit, just to take a break from Bob's stuff, since this is the last one of this season. And we might, if I can find my squares. I know I still have them. I've got to. I had too many of them left to be willing to part with, put it that way. And right now this just kind of looks like a hot mess. Okay. And the color I want to use on the grass, I don't want to use on the shrubs. He used a bit of a brighter green on this one. Maybe I should have went with lime green. But oh well, at this point, this is what it is. Alright, so we got that in there. That whole bit of light gray that I popped in there is just gonna vanish. It's just gonna vanish on us. It's fine. I also have some coloring book designs that I wanted to transfer and like enlarge and try to do some needle felting to those. Kind of, sort of. From the same coloring book that we pulled the dragonfly from. Or something similar in design, or maybe I'll go through all of my stencils and see if anything else kind of inspires. So I have a whole bunch of stencils. And I still have a few, excuse me. I still have a few mandala stencils that we haven't used yet. These are... Hang on a second. I just kind of had a thought. They do fit. Hear me out. You know what would be fun? And probably drive me insane. What if dog going by in a car? What if we took these and needle felted some mandala magnets? That might be fun. Like, this is a pattern that we could follow. Now, I would either pin this stencil in place. Yeah, I think I would do that. I would probably pin it in place as we're going, just to keep it from moving around too much, because I think trying to fill it in without the stencil might be more of a headache, like tracing it and trying to fill in around the edges. But I think if we pin it down with our straight pins, right? Or something. I don't have any spray adhesive, but I don't know if it would actually stick. Like, we can't do like the real intricate designs, like that would be too much, right? Like, we'd have to go with, stick with like the chunkier ones, you know? Like, even that might be a little tough because it's so small. But like some of the bigger ones, maybe. Like, no, that might be a little tough. That one I might have to try to trace. Like, that would not work. Some of these wouldn't really be viable candidates. But some of them might be. Some of them might be. Sorry, I keep getting distracted today. You know why I keep getting distracted? Because I'm not feeling this one at all. I will full-heartedly admit that. I'm not feeling this one. This one might have been a little much for the needle felting aspect of it. I've got a whole bag of stencils. A whole lot of them. I've got some 5 by 5 is my largest one in here. The rest of them, I think, are 3 inches. So I'll thrust that later. But, I wonder if I could pull that off. I mean, we can trace it to save us some trouble. I just don't know if the design would distort with me pulling up and down. But then again, it might be tricky to get into the right spots. I might have to try that off stream and see how it goes. First, like, do a test run of it. I have to figure out what we're doing next week. No, next week we're finishing this guy. The week after, so I still have some time. Still have a little bit of time to try to figure that out. But figure it out I must. So I got some of the backlog of Honey, I Joined a Cult edited last night instead of working on the speed felt that I should have been. But I think I have 4 episodes left to edit for that. 4 sessions. Where I've got that all caught up and posted. Which I do want to do. I want to get that put together and uploaded to YouTube and scheduled so I can forget about needing to do it. We still need to go to the DMV. Because our DMV is also, well, the one DMV office that we go to is also where we pay our property taxes at. Like, the sky I was happy with, but now that we're like down into here, I don't know. I don't know, so I need to get 2 more colored bushes into there. Like, I need to get a rusty one, and I need to get a gold one. I've got the gold in my hand. I should probably just do that. Gotta work on getting that guy popped into there a bit. He's kind of just like squeaked in between the two. And then the big old rusty boy is kind of on the end. Nope, stop it. Let go. You go over there. And you need to stay over there for right now. Until we are ready to proceed with you, sir. And or madam. Like, I don't mind the silhouette-y kind of ones where stuff's like blacked out. I used to do a lot of those paintings when I was first kind of messing around with stuff. Not sure why I stopped doing those, but I did. Alright, so let me get this color popped into that bag. So it's probably where I'm gonna pause for today. I know it's very strange looking at the moment. I know that, I get that. Trust me, I think it looks strange. But I think we're in the territory of trust the process here. Quite possibly. Did I just... Oh, okay. I'm like taking stuff off and putting it in my little dish that I have here that I keep the needle felting stuff in, and I'm like, wait, I don't remember putting the needle away. Where's the needle? Did I already put the needle away? There we go. I think I'm gonna throw in the towel on this today. And like I said, they're not all winners, but we're trying. We'll see what happens with this one. I think this one's definitely better off as a painting instead of needle felting. But you never know. Maybe we'll turn it around. There's supposed to be like a larger tree hanging out here. We have to put that other little guy here. And I don't know what he's doing with these two. Should we take a peek? He does the oh, thank you, YouTube. Oh, I didn't have it up. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize. So I think I dropped it on one of the last ads and didn't bring it up. Okay, so he does do something with that. Because he put a trunk in on it. Okay. Okay, so he brings the trunks down, so they're a little more brought forward, I guess. And there he has a squirrel. And I think he's putting, did he just say he was putting a path in? Yeah. So, we'll see how much of this I can oh, he added another tree. He just loves adding them surprise trees in there. So, let's see, where are we actually leaving off here? Alright, so we're about there-ish. We're what? We're at 8 minutes and 51 seconds out of a 24-minute one. I think we can speed it up next week. We might have gotten further if I hadn't done all the black in today, but it became apparent as we were going that that black needed to be there. At least for some things, so it kind of feels more like a desert than a valley with greenery, but we'll see how we get on. So we're gonna try to be back tomorrow for Planet Zoo. We'll see what happens. If I have to cancel for any reason, I will post on Blue Sky, so you guys know what's up, so make sure you're following there. There's also links down below to the, excuse me, to the Ko-fi page, the, my brain just stopped. The eBay store for right now, and the, YouTube channel. So, don't forget to check those out. I would recommend checking out the YouTube channel. Oh, you too. Thank you. Get some sleep. Because sometimes we have stuff pop up on the YouTube channel that we did not live stream, such as Honey, I Joined a Cult, and we have to figure out if we're going to stream RimWorld or if we are going to record it. I don't know yet. It kind of depends. I know I've been saying we were going to do, Moonstone Island. We might end up recording Moonstone Island and streaming RimWorld. We'll see what we decide. I have to figure that out. But you guys have a good day, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow for Planet Zoo.